Tonight, the Rays road trip continues, and if this is Boston, there must be rain in the area. In fact, it rained about an hour ago for a good 45 minutes, and the weatherman says more where that came from. Rays and the Red Sox tonight open a 3-game series at Fenway. Hi again, everyone. With Brian Anderson, I'm Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Rays take on the Red Sox. This is a different Red Sox team. They've won 4 in a row. The last time the Rays saw them, they were dropping 10 straight, and they've got a couple of young infielders who have led the charge lately.
Yeah, you're not going down the middle of the order with Pedroia and ORTIZ. You're going to take a look at the top of the order with the young Brock Holt and XANDER Bogaerts. These are guys getting it done right now. In fact, both of them 3 hits in the game last night. And Dwayne, we saw Brock Holt up close and personal a week ago, and very impressed with what he brings to this Red Sox team. You can see in his last 10 games, a .349 average and 7 runs. And here's XANDER Bogaerts hitting in the 2-hole. Look at him in the last 15, approaching 400 with that .390 average. 8 of the 15 games for XANDER Bogaerts have been multi-hit games. So these two have been the table setters in this recent turnaround for the Red Sox.
Rays will send David Price to the mound tonight after his 5th win. Last time he was out, Saturday, was against this team. A very tough first inning, and then lights out.
I mean, how about the turnaround for David Price? 6 hitters into the game. The Rays were down 5-0. But guess what? After that, nothing. A bloop single the other way by XANDER Bogaerts in the 8th inning. In between that, it was David Price's brilliance that allowed the Rays to come back and tie this game and ultimately win it in 15 innings. He will be looking to hopefully tonight pick up from the 2nd inning of last start and go on and hope to be as effective and smooth as your jacket, D-Wayne.
Get your rain gear out. Rain in the vicinity, but there will be baseball. And the good news for the Rays, Ben Zobrist is back. More on that after this break. Call on Sun Sports is presented by Toyota. Let's go places. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Checkers. Checkers brings big flavor for a small price. Feed your craving for quality for only $1. Cha-ching. From Fenway Park tonight, opening game of this series, moments away. Right now, let's go to the field and Todd Callis.
Thanks, Dwayne. Right behind me, Ben Zobrist loosening up. Good to see Zobrist active as he's coming off the DL. He had that dislocated left thumb. Zobrist was to play 2 rehab games, but as it turns out, only had 1. Was a little bit ill earlier in the week. Played Wednesday, flew up here to Boston last night. Now he's ready to go. He did hit 5 times in that game, in the one game. 4 of them left-handed, 1 right-handed. The corresponding move is Cole Figueroa's option back to AAA Durham. We asked Ben, hitting lefty or righty, is one more comfortable than the other?
I feel fine. I feel more comfortable left-handed, but that's because it's on my top hand. Bottom hand, right-handed. I feel like I can take 100% swing. I just haven't swung as much this week right-handed up to this point. So, but I know that if they put a lefty in there, I'll feel comfortable. I'll be able to do it.
Me.
David Price will be on the mound for the Rays tonight as they kick off this weekend series. Expect Zobrist to wear a mitt when he's on the bases to protect that thumb, but other than that, he is ready to go. We're ready for baseball right around the corner on Sun Sports.
Fox Sports.
We are Blackboard. We are Sunforce.
The Red Sox have turned things around with a 4-game win streak, while the Rays are reeling after their trip into Toronto. Rays left-hander David Price has revenge on his mind at Fenway and is hungry to lead the Rays to victory. It's the Rays-Red Sox showdown next on Sun Sports. Ben Zobrist, who's been out since the 14th of May, will return to the Rays lineup tonight as they open this series at Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox. Second stop on this 3-city road trip. Rays swept in a 3-game series in Toronto, opening this one tonight in Boston. Starting lineup for the Rays, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. David DeJesus will lead it off. He is the DH, followed by Ben Zobrist and Matt Joyce. Evan Longoria hits cleanup out of the number 2 position in the lineup, hitting 4th. James Loney is 5th, followed by Desmond Jennings. Will Myers 7th. Yunel Escobar, the shortstop, bats 8th, and Jose Molina will hit out of the 9th spot.
Well, that Rays lineup will be going up against the right-hander for the Boston Red Sox, Brandon Workman. He's appeared in 4 games, 1 start. That 1 start was against the Rays. That was his last time out. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 earned runs on 5 hits, 3 walks. So the Rays very familiar with what Brandon Workman is going to attack them with tonight. And let's take a quick look at the Boston defense as it lines up behind Brandon. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source in the outfield left to right. Johnny Gomes, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Grady Sizemore across the infield. Third to first, Brock Holt, Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, and Mike Carp. A.J. Pierzynski will be behind the plate.
There's John Farrell, the skipper of this Boston Red Sox ball club. Red Sox have had their issues. The Rays have had theirs. And they square off tonight in Boston. First pitch of this game to David DeJesus. Too high. First pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. DeJesus starts the night hitting .261. Cut the foul ball back.
Well, just a refresh on Brandon Workman. Fastball, he will cut it, curveball, an occasional changeup, mostly to left-handed hitters.
He worked the Sunday game in that home stand against the Rays. Two balls and a strike. 63 degrees here. Rain earlier, but pretty much on time.
And after that little rain shower earlier, one of the most beautiful double rainbows that you've ever seen. I mean, unbelievable. And you could see the beginning all the way till the end.
Just beyond the ballpark here in right field.
We sent Todd out, no gold. Didn't find it.
There's a strike. Full count. There was a green suit. Todd grabbed that and put it in his closet. We might see that later on this year. Full count. DeJesus fouls it back.
And I'll tell you, what a turn. Well, turn around, turn of fortunes, however you want to say it, for these two teams. Now, a week ago, the Rays were coming off a sweep of this Boston team. They were reeling, had lost 10 in a row, and it has completely flip-flopped itself in a matter of 4 or 5 days. Rays swept in Toronto. Boston, the winners of 4 in a row.
Popped up. A foul ball straight back. Pierzynski gives it a chase, but it's back up on the screen. Well, nothing new here. David DeJesus working a full count. He's seen 7 pitches already.
And Workman has been coming after him with the fastball, trying to really set the tone tonight for this Red Sox team, playing with a little bit of renewed energy after a home-and-home series against the Braves. They won 2 in Atlanta, came up here on the next 2 at Fenway.
Liner up the right side. That ball is going to be a fair ball. Bound back to Sizemore, getting away from him. DeJesus around second already, on his way to third. He'll make it without a play. David DeJesus winds up at third on the line drive up the right field line.
Well, that's the danger. You know, you're going to come after a guy with 7 or 8 straight fastballs. Eventually, David DeJesus is going to tie one up. And he did right there. Drilled that ball down into the corner. You know, he homered here just around the pesky pole the last trip in. Made a bid right there. And once that ball ate up Grady Sizemore, an easy 3-bagger for DeJesus.
So DeJesus at third base. They give him a double, an error charge to Sizemore. His first of the year. And here is Ben Zobrist. Ben played 1 game in Port Charlotte, working his way back from the thumb injury.
Yeah, how badly did the Rays want him back up here? Hey, how you feeling? I feel pretty good. Good. Then get on a flight to Boston. You're going to be hitting in the 2-hole.
Pitch down, 1-1. And Ben, I think surprisingly, says that feels pretty good. It gave him a little bit of an issue and one at bat right-handed, but nothing that would prevent him from hitting right-handed against a lefty. Left-handed here against the right-hander Workman. Ground ball by the mound to second. Pedroia's plays at first. The Rays going to run and take an early lead. An RBI for Zobrist.
Well, and these games that are always so tightly contested, the Boston Red Sox, through pitch selection and an error, have just handed the Rays a one-run lead and a head start in this ball game. So important to score first. We talked about that in the series in Toronto, and Ben Zobrist is the one that drives him in.
Here's Matt Joyce with one out, a run home, and the base is empty. Good cut, a foul ball, strike one.
It really is nothing new, though, to this Boston team, who after they left Tropicana Field won 4 straight games. 3 of the 4 they actually fell behind in, able to claw back. In fact, last night was a great turnaround, down 3-1 in the 8th inning, and they come back and win that in the bottom of the 9th.
It's now 1-1. So the Red Sox have won 4 straight. The Rays have dropped 3 in a row. But against the Red Sox now, the Rays have won 5 straight.
Yeah. That all started with that series here. Drop the opener of that series, then get rained out, have a doubleheader forced upon you, a day-night doubleheader, and come out that day and sweep that day, take 2 games, and then, of course, the sweep at Tropicana Field last week.
Pitch inside. The shift's still on, but Holt and Bogaerts have flip-flopped.
You got Holt right here.
And the count is full on Joyce.
You take the guy that's got a little bit more range, your shortstop, and you keep him on the one side of the field where it's him or nothing. And that's Xander Bogaerts.
And a tapper foul. We'll see another 3-2 pitch. Matt starts the night hitting .313 against right-handed pitching. .281 overall for the year. Another foul ball, so an extended at bat here for Joyce. DeJesus had an 8-pitch at bat before he hit the line drive up the right field line.
That's not really a surprise either, because Brandon Workman doesn't have that one pitch that just can wipe you out. You know, a lot of his pitches, you know, fastball to cutter, same plane type of pitch.
3-2 hit the other way. Gomes on the track in front of the Green Monster makes the catch. So that's the second out.
You're going to see a lot of these at-bats. Rays hitters, they want to make you work anyway. They try to be patient, see a lot of pitches, and Brandon Workman's the type of guy that you can foul off a lot of pitches too.
Well, as he faces Evan Longoria, he's on the verge of making his 20th pitch of the inning. And Evan fouls it back. So Evan returns to the cleanup spot. Joe Madden had pushed him up in the lineup. Take a little pressure off of him and let him concentrate on collecting a few hits up there. And he's done some of that. But ultimately, they're going to need him to hit the ball with authority.
And you wonder in making that move if it really does take any pressure off Evan. I have a feeling you could hit him 9th and he's going to approach that bat just as he would hitting cleanup.
Liner over the head of Pedroia into center. So he's aboard with 2 outs. Well, he's aware of what he means to this lineup. There's absolutely no question about that. You put him in the middle of the lineup, and you can break it down as simple as this. He hits .337 in the 23 wins the Rays have, and he hits .208 in the 31 losses that they have.
Well, there you see the breakout right there. These are your Coors cold hard facts.
Even more dramatic with men in scoring position.
Yeah, I mean, as Evan Longoria goes, so go the Rays. And it's spelled out in that graphic right there.
Evan at first. Here's James Loney. Loney at .292 to start this game. And a strike is called. Rays start the contest a game and a half behind Boston in the East, 8.5 back overall behind the division leading Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays now with a little daylight between themselves and the New York Yankees at 2.5. Oh,
well, they finally dropped a game last night with Kansas City in a game that they probably felt, you should have won because you're going up against James Shields, who's tough enough as it is. We all know that. And they hit him pretty good. Couldn't close that out at the end, though. And the Rays, by not playing, gained a half a game. Take a few more days off. Be right back in it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Desmond Jennings is on deck. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And let's not forget, Brandon Workman, his first start of the season in the big leagues was his last start, and that was against the Rays. And he went 5 innings, 88 pitches. He's already well on his way to that number now. It's 26 and counting. So you just wonder if the Rays can continue to work him like this, how long is he going to be able to last? I'd love to get into the bullpen early in the series.
And a good take there. Loney takes the breaking pitch upstairs. Count is full.
Dan Bellino behind the plate says this pitch right here, for whatever reason, not a strike. It was close. It could have been. That'll get Evan Longoria off and running. Full count here, 2 outs.
So Loney waits for the next one. And here it is. Longoria takes off. Line drive into right. Sizemore there. And the Rays are finished in the first. They score a run. DeJesus driven in by Zobrist. 1-0 Rays. out in the top half of the frame. Let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brock Holt leads it off. Xander Bogaerts is the number 2 hitter, the shortstop. Then Dustin Pedroia. David Ortiz has had a little calf issue, but he is in there as the DH. Johnny Gomes in left. A.J. Przinsky, the catcher. The number 7 hitter is Mike Karp with Grady Sizemore in right. Jackie Bradley Jr., the center fielder, will hit 9th.
And they'll be going up against the Rays lefty, David Price, making his 12th start of the season. And I know that we've talked about it in the open, but I think it bears repeating. His last outing, I mean, about 5 minutes into that game, the Rays were down 5-0. It was not looking good. He ended up going 8 strong innings, gave up just 1 hit after the first inning, and gave his team a chance to come back and win, which they ultimately would do.
Well, here's Holt. Takes the first pitch, and that's in there for a strike. We're starting to get some rain again, as predicted by the weatherman. Rain about an hour before the game, steadily for 40 to 45 minutes, and now about 15 minutes into the game, here comes the rain. Strike 2.
Well, and what David said, you know, when asked, what was the difference? You know, they jump out to a 5-run lead, and all of a sudden after that they get absolutely nothing but a blue pit. And he said, I just executed better. I didn't change anything, didn't change the game plan, just executed my pitches better as the game went on.
And there is strike 3. Some pretty good execution right there. A 3-pitch strikeout, 1 away. Now, this is the breakout there, presented by Buick. A big matchup. David Price at first inning, and you're right, 6 hitters in, he was down 5-0.
I mean, it was, you know, the A.J. Przinsky 3-run homer, and all of a sudden 5-0, and that'd be it. I mean, David settled down after that. By the 5th inning, the Rays had tied that game, and then it would sit that way until the 15th.
Xander Bogaerts. Pitch is a strike. You know, the plan for the Red Sox when they signed Stephen Drew was to get him ready, pop him in here at shortstop, and move Bogaerts to third because Middlebrooks is hurt again. Pitch inside, 1-1. But since they signed Stephen Drew, Xander Bogaerts is hitting .395.
And what about Brock Holt? You going to move him out of third?
I know.
I mean, this is a guy in his last 10 games that's hitting about .350. 5 of the 10 multi-hit games. Your 2 best players right now on this team are your shortstop and third baseman.
It's a strike, 1 and 2.
They're the guys that are leading the way and hitting up here at the top of the order because of it.
Yeah, Holt had some great at-bats in that series between the Rays and the Red Sox at the Trop. A little bit low, 2-2. As quickly as that rain came, it has moved on. It'll be back.
Oh yeah, all night. Duck and move. By the way, how great of a name is Brock Holt?
One of the best.
It really is.
Across the spectrum, it's a fit. Count still 2-2 to Bogaerts.
And anybody named Brock Holt would have to have good hair.
That's right. He could be on the rodeo circuit. He could do the evening news. You name a spot, he could fill it. Playing third base right now. And the count is now full to Xander Bogaerts. That's Dustin Pedroia on deck. a miss. Bogaerts strikeout number 2. 2 up, 2 down.
Well, hopefully this, for David Price and the Rays, this beginning here against the Red Sox 2 hottest hitters. And he just abused Brock Holt with a cutter and did the same thing to Bogaerts with a changeup. I mean, down and off the plate. Look at that swing out in front, out of rhythm.
Here's Dustin Pedroia. He's hitting .275 for the year, and the pitch to him is a strike. You know, it seemed for a while Pedroia was murder against Rays pitching, but the last couple of years they've done a nice job of keeping him in check.
It's hard to remember a big game that he's had against the Rays pitching staff.
Looks the fly ball to right. Myers will watch it sail into the stands. Foul, out of play, 0-2.
You know, that's one of the things that the Rays, you know, Jim Hickey has this pitching staff as prepared as any in the game when they go out there to pitch. They've got their, you know, their game plan, the way that they're going to attack hitters. And when they highlight you and say, we're not going to let this guy or these 2 guys beat us, more times than not, they back it up. And look at the number breakout there.
Yeah, our Chevy storyline gives you a breakout of that. 305. And then the last 2 years plus, 197. One ball, 2 strikes. He does like the pitch up and will chase the pitch up there out of the zone.
And you get a sample size of 54 games and you're holding a hitter as accomplished and as dangerous as Pedroia to an average under 200. Talk about a staff doing their job and doing it well.
Upstairs, it's 2-2.
And you can see right now trying to work him away because you're right, Dwayne. He likes the ball that has elevation to it. That's where he takes his most aggressive swings. And he also likes it a little bit closer to him. Middle of the plate, middle in, up. Takes a big swing for a little man.
It's a big cut, and it's a high pop foul. Longoria to the railing, and he's going to run out of room.
Let's take a quick look at the Rays defense as it lines up tonight. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. In the outfield, left to right, Joyce, Jennings, and Myers. Across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Escobar, Zobrist, and Loney. Jose Molina will be behind the plate.
Two up, 2 down. Rays got a run in the first. Price stepping back off the mound. It has been a 15-pitch inning, and that's about what he's averaged per inning this year. It's foul, out of play.
You know, 15 an inning, that's the gold standard. That keeps you right on schedule. You know, that's why when you go into spring training, your first outing, if it's 2 innings with 30 pitches, 3 or 45 as you move along, that's about what they figure or what they hope for. Not many guys hang around that area for very long. David Price is one of them.
And Price last year actually finished with a rate under 15 pitches. That's when he really started to attack the strike zone. Tapper, that's going to be foul. And this is one thing Pedroia individually does, and the Red Sox collectively can do this. They'll battle you and foul pitch after pitch. So far this year, the only lineup in the American League anyway to accumulate more foul balls per game and run pitch counts up would be the Yankees. Cardinals do that over in the National League, and that eventually can take its toll on a pitcher.
Well, yeah, it forces you to work hard, work harder, more pitches to one guy. You know, you get to the point where you almost feel like it benefits the hitter because he's seen everything. And, you know, if they do it to you enough, it'll shorten your outing.
ball 3. You remember that game Price pitched against the Angels in Anaheim, that Sunday game out there. They had 32 foul balls off him in 6 2/3 innings. And ball 4. So Pedroia worked for that walk, a 2-out pass.
When you think about the teams that you mentioned that are very proficient at doing that, you know, the Cardinals, Yankees, the Red Sox, think about those lineups. I mean, for the most part, like tonight, you've got Holt and you've got Bogaerts in the lineup. For the most part, though, they're veteran-laden lineups, and those guys are better at working an at-bat than younger guys.
Yeah.
And so they're able to take some close pitches, foul a few of the tough ones off, and when you've got a lineup full of guys like that, that's why they're so accomplished at that.
Yeah, the Cardinals average about 28 foul balls a game. And that's why when the Angels had over 30 in 6 2/3 against Price, they really went to work. That was part of the game plan. Now David Ortiz hit by the pitch, and a warning has been established right off the bat here. Dan Bellino stepping out, pointing to David Price as Ortiz is hit by the pitch.
And if anybody's wondering if that pitch got away from David, don't wonder. The last thing you want to do, I mean, this goes right back to that last game with the dust-up Escobar into the Boston Red Sox dugout. This is a fastball with intent. David goes right after him. That's why the quick warnings issued by Dan Bellino. They know coming in that there could have been something come from that.
Well, John Farrell comes out and is heated in his discussion with Bellino. And of course, once the warning goes into effect, the team that's been hit then feels that they're now at a disadvantage.
And that's what John Farrell's saying. You know, old pitcher, blue-collar type of pitcher. And that's exactly what he's saying right now. Because they got one clean shot at our guy, and now if we even go anywhere near anybody, Brandon Workman will be gone, Farrell will be gone, he'll be gone anyway.
Well, after that series at the Trop, and then coming into this one, there was a lot of lip service given to, oh, it's all forgotten. Well, I guess not.
No, it's not been forgotten. And this is exactly where it stemmed from. A little bench clearing action in last Sunday's game. And you know that they were targeting, you know they were going for Ortiz too, because when you end up walking Pedroia, you're going to go right after him, put him into scoring position. You're only doing that because that's the guy you're going for. Go for the big boy.
Here's Johnny Gomes with 2 men on and 2 men out. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
I was in a situation before where, you know, we talked on the bench about a player that was going to get plunked, and the message was, he's hitting third this inning. I don't care what the first 2 guys do. You give up back-to-back singles, you're going to hit him to load the bases. So you might want to get him out, but this is the guy. I don't care what happens in front of him.
0-2. So Ortiz hit by the pitch. The warnings issued. John Farrell gone. Suddenly, life pumped into the first inning of this first game, huh? How about that?
My phone's blowing up.
It's wide, stayed out there. ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and your point that you were making when John Farrell got thrown out of this game, that's a valid point. Because, you know, you let a guy go out there and take a shot, and he hits David Ortiz, and all of a sudden the Red Sox, their hands are tied. They can't do a thing. And maybe you may move it to another game, but you'd like to be able to answer that if you're Boston, and you do it at your own risk.
Torey Lovullo over there is the bench coach now in charge. 1-2 the count to Gomes. And a cut and a miss. He's out on strikes to retire the side. Price strikes out the side, gives up a walk and hits Ortiz. It's 1-0 Rays through 1. Season long. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. David Price striking out the side in the bottom of the first. And the process hitting David Ortiz in the back with a pitch. And that led to the ejection of John Farrell, the Boston manager, after warnings had been issued. Second time Farrell has been ejected this year.
Well, let's just say when David Price got back to the Rays dugout, he was warmly received.
One strike to count to Desmond Jennings. Pitch away, 2 wide, 1-1. And you know what that's like. A lot of things go on the field in those little mix-ups that we had down there at Tropicana Field. And things are said, and things develop sometimes in the periphery of a dance like that. And they are well noted. Cut and the miss. And Jennings is out on strikes. You saw a shot there of Johnny Gomes in left. You know, Gomes came flying in from left field, and I thought Tom Foley's comments were pretty good, because Foley trying to be sort of a peacemaker there, and suddenly here comes Gomes flying over his backside, and Foley's, I'm just glad that he missed me.
He had a head running start out of left field. And Johnny Gomes, you know, he's one of those guys, and Rays fans know that about him. He does not mess around. And he said, listen, his quote was, I'm not going to get in an argument match with anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of that? Let's just throw down, be done with it. There's nothing to talk about. That's about the way that he lives his life.
the man of action.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the point?
Right.
You're
Yeah.
gonna call me a name. I'm gonna call you a name. We're gonna go. How about this? And your mother's boots and stuff like that. No, we're gonna just get right to the program.
Roll our sleeves up and let's just end this. Yelling back and forth and pointing and the false hold me back thing. No, let's go.
Now it's 3-1. Interesting though, and the Red Sox. There's some comments coming out of the Red Sox there, out of the little flare up at Tropicana Field. Look, we lost 10 in a row. Something had to happen. They're looking for some life to turn that around. Well, they've gone on and won 4 straight after that. Myers draws the walk. The Rays, on the other hand, ran into that tough Toronto team in the series at Rogers Center with the Blue Jays. So you've got a couple of teams here a week or less than a week apart looking for some life. One found it. The Rays looking for a little life as well.
That's the story of the American League East. Outside of this run that Toronto has gone on, that's the way that you could sum it up with the Rays and the Red Sox in their last week. You thought Boston dead in the water after last weekend. Well, you blink and they've won 4 in a row coming into tonight's game. The Rays, you figure after the big sweep of Boston, momentum, go right to Toronto and lose 3. That's just the story of this division and really the American League in general outside of a couple of teams.
So you've got a couple teams here, both. Here we are, a third of the season in, and they're saying, look, we're not finished yet. We're going to do things to pump life back into our club. And so that's what we've witnessed here over the past week or so. Two 2-0 the count to Escobar.
Brandon Workman having a hard time finding the strike zone. That's 6 straight out of the zone.
Workman will be 26 years old in August. Trying to work his way into the picture. The runner is on the move, and the throw wide. A stolen base for Myers. Escobar took the pitch for ball 3, and a lunging reception of that throw by Pedroia.
Well, he kept that from going into center field. Przinsky, the throw sails on him a little bit. You see Bradley Jr. coming in to back it up, but Will Myers, a good jump. He's got good speed, and he's able to get in.
Myers picking up his 2nd stolen base.
I would expect to see more of that tonight if the Rays are presented the opportunity. Workman has been susceptible to the stolen base.
Got 2 of 14 in his young career. Pitch popped up. Karp, the first baseman, handles it. 2 caught stealings now in 15 stolen base attempts with Workman on the mound. Now Jose Molina will be the hitter. Molina batting 137. And now Myers takes off for 3rd and is in there standing. They didn't pay any attention to him, and he steals 3rd.
I mean, look at that. Look at that running lead by Will Myers. Brandon Workman, we just said, susceptible to the stolen base. Well, he did not stop Will Myers. Didn't even look at him. That's just too easy.
Ground ball to 3rd, picked up by Holt. And the throw to 1st in time. Well, he's going to walk, a couple steals, and leave a man at 3rd. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay, mid-2. However, our lows never stop improving. David Price on that leaderboard when it comes to the highest strikeout to walk ratio. You can see Brett Saberhagen in 1994, an 11-to-1 ratio. Price this year 10.5.
Yeah, those numbers have changed after the first inning. He now has 9 walks with 87 punch-outs. Came in 84 strikeouts, just 8 walks on the season. Some pretty heady company on that list.
On to the bottom of the second inning, A.J. Pierzynski in the box now for Boston. And the pitch is outside, a ball and no strikes. The foul ball out of play. 1-1. With David Price, 3 strikeouts in that first inning. He walked Pedroia, hit David Ortiz with the first pitch. This one is high. 2-1. There's Ortiz. You know, here's something to think about, and Todd Callis made mention of this. If you go back to Game 2 of the ALDS last year, cut and the miss, 2-2. Ortiz became the first left-handed hitter ever to hit 2 home runs off David Price in a game. And David may have taken a little exception with Ortiz after he hit that one down the line. Here's a ground ball to third and a high throw. Safe, the call. And Pierzynski's aboard. Well, that throw, not usually what you get from third base with Longoria. Here it is.
Always so accurate. This ball just sails. Sails, and Loney cannot keep the foot. You can see the left foot clearly comes off the bag. And Pierzynski's able to get in there.
So you wonder, BA, if that postseason development might also come into play tonight.
I would imagine. Maybe that is what made the decision that he was going to be the guy that David was going to go get. But regardless, it fit in nicely with what happened last week, and then who David had an issue with because of that. You know, he was chapped after that game last year. You remember, he was not a happy man. He was not happy with the reaction of David Ortiz on that home run in his post-game comments. So it maybe just became a nice little package with a bow wrapped around it tonight.
1 strike to count to Carp. 2. Well,
could be 2 birds with 1 stone. I got an issue with this guy. We got an issue from last Sunday. You take care of it in 1 shot.
And there's an interesting, when you look at that home run in the postseason, it does, from a competitive sense, fit in. Because David had a hitter up there who sort of stepped into the bucket looking for a pitch in. Price's reaction was, hey, I knew whether it was fair or foul. Don't stand and watch it.
Yeah.
Run.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what he told him, too.
So there could be some of that at work there. And if that's the case, okay. Fly ball to left. Joyce is there. I mean, that has to do not only with the general sense of competition, but it also has to do with the way that Price would go about trying to get Ortiz out, and what a hitter does in certain situations. And if you're going to do that, if you're going to look in, open there quickly, then there could be a price to pay for that. That's part of the competitive nature one would think.
Well, yeah, but it's also smart by Ortiz.
Oh,
I mean,
no
you know,
question.
if you got a pitcher out there that's going to try to get you out in one area all the time, that's your adjustment that you're going to make. Now, when you make that adjustment and you get them, just go by your business.
Yeah.
No reason to pimp it. No reason to walk around and you know, as some guys will do, especially in a game that you talk about, a game that matters.
Yep.
Postseason matters. And David Price did not take too kindly to, in his view, being shown up, and I think to a lot of people's view, being shown up by David Ortiz. And so you log that away, and he may have done that regardless of what happened last week, but it all fits nicely, doesn't it?
Sure does. With everything that had taken place, hard to resist the temptation.
And we know that David Price's command is that good, and where that ball ended up, there's only one way that it got there, and that was on purpose. Although he has the built-in, you know, there were sprinkles in the first inning.
That's right.
Wet. Away from me.
So it may have had something to do with last week. It may have just had something to do with the one-on-one competition, or both. Sizemore lets a fly ball into center. Desmond Jennings is there to make the catch. Brzezinski, who reached on the throwing error, is at first base with 2 outs. Jackie Bradley Jr. will bat. Jr. hitting .205. He takes the pitch for a strike. Jackie Bradley Jr.
You know, this is becoming such commonplace that we hardly comment on anymore. But look at the Red Sox lineup tonight. Remember, it wasn't too long ago that David Price, you didn't put left-handed hitters in the lineup against him.
Liner into left, caught there by Joyce. I know where you're going with that. We'll pick it up. We're through 2. Rays lead 1-0. Been a bit of a first inning run scored by David DeJesus. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in our broadcast later in the game. Brought to you by AT&T. Fans making the trek up here. Rays fans will root for the Rays here at Fenway. It'll be the top of the order for the Rays now. David DeJesus, Ben Zobrist, and Matt Joyce. Pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. Brandon Workman, 25-year-old right-hander. That's a strike. Workman familiar with this area as an amateur. He played in the Cape Cod League at the school at the University of Texas.
I'll tell you what, playing in the Cape Cod League was a blast.
Yep.
And the sad part of it is the guys that are up there playing in it, you know, anywhere from 18, 19, maybe 20 years old. The beauty and where you get to play summer baseball is lost because you're young and stupid. You know, you don't realize it until years later. You played summer ball in the Cape Cod.
Well, of course, youth is wasted on the young.
It is. It really is. I've thought about that. I'm like, I never appreciated the Cape Cod for what it was while I was down there, you know, just a 19-year-old punk.
Yep. There you go.
And it is absolutely, you know, you work a job in the morning, you know, whatever it may be, bagging groceries, work at a baseball camp. You make about $6, $7, $8 an hour, work for 4 hours, and play ball at night in the Cape Cod. It's absolutely one of the highlights, getting a chance to come up and do that. And, you know, Wood Bat League, so full of scouts.
Yep.
You're better players from around the country.
Yeah, and now you'd love to go back there and play and just soak it all in.
Yeah.
For fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. An oft-repeated refrain from many.
It's funny that you bring that up because I was just thinking about that being up here. You know, the day off yesterday, you start thinking, you know, you have some free time to let the mind go and thinking, man, played right down the street and never really appreciated it like I should have.
DeJesus out on strikes, so 1 strike count to Ben Zobrist. Ben drove in a run with a ground ball his first time. The count is 1-1. Foul ball. Rays got their run in the first. That's it so far. Top of the third at Fenway. Get on the ground. Workman off the mound to cover. Takes the toss from Karp. Zobrist is out, number 2. So when you hit the beach this summer, whether at the Cape Cod or in one of the beautiful beaches in the Tampa Bay area, make sure to show your Rays pride with the Rays Beach Towel. The item available exclusively with the purchase of a Tampa Bay Times ticket tandem Friday, June 6th, when the Rays play host to the Mariners. Get your tickets at raysbaseball.com/tandems or call 888-FAN-RAYS.
You know what I love about that towel? The baby blue, and it's that old throwback 70s style Rays written across the front.
Yeah.
They made those uniforms up.
There's a strike.
Yeah, what do they call that?
Yeah, the what if retro.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. Love those unis.
Imagine there had been a retro Rays team. That's what it would have looked like.
Imagine, yeah, that uniform with an afro to go along with it. Money.
Yeah.
Money.
If Oscar Gamble could have only played on that team. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Matt Joyce. Two balls and a strike. Evan Longoria is on deck. 2-2. Now the count is full. Boy, a lot of outfield available between Bradley in center and Gomes in left.
Yeah, and Matt Joyce, you remember in his first at-bat, flew out deep to left field, hit the ball in the air that way. He does have some room to play with.
Pops it up left side. Bogaerts after it. He's going to be there in foul territory to retire the side. 1-2-3, go the Rays. Through 2.5, it's 1-0 Tampa Bay. Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life and save big today. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by the Florida Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive sober or get pulled over. Rays and the Red Sox at Fenway Park tonight. David Price on the hill. He'll deal with the top of the batting order here in the bottom of the third. Brock Holt throws him a first pitch strike. Holt called out on strikes his first time.
Well, if you're David Price, this is the guy, this is the part of the order that you need to control. Right now, Brock Holt, Xander Bogaerts swinging the bat very well. You want to keep them off base when Pedroia and Ortiz come up there. And he has pitched Holt. Holt hasn't seen a decent pitch to hit yet.
He's seen 5 pitches, all strikes.
Yeah, and quality strikes. Yep.
It's wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, two, a cut and a miss. He overpowered him with a fastball and strikes him out. Strikeout number 4 for Price. Sunday will debut a brand new edition of Inside the Rays titled Loney at First. Tune in for a look into the life and career of Rays first baseman James Loney. We'll hear from his teammates, from Joe Madden, his former high school coaches and teachers. That's Loney at First, airs Sunday after Rays Live.
You know, that's funny. James Loney does not talk a whole lot about himself.
Nope.
I mean, he's a very unassuming, quiet guy. I will be interested to watch that and hear what Coach Madden has to say about him.
Yeah, you've got to get all these other people to talk about him. An 0-1 count. It's fouled back right off Molina. Molina back there after taking a shot in the Toronto series right off the mask that stunned him, and there was some concern, at least for a moment or two, a short while, as to his ability to continue. Always concerned about concussion potential. Ooh, look out, a little close to Bogaerts there. How about that? 1 ball, 2 strikes, a little unnerved, and registers a complaint with Dan Bellino.
Hey, listen, because of warnings being issued, that does not mean a pitcher can't pitch in. You've got to be able to pitch in. That was just a good hard fastball in by David Price to make someone a little bit uncomfortable. And Boston still not real happy about the way this game started with Ortiz getting hit, but that's just too bad. That's good pitching by Price.
It makes him uncomfortable. Fly ball into left. Joyce is there to catch it. 2 gone. That's something that we've talked about a little bit in regard to David Price, and David has talked with some of the press about that, because he's in the strike zone so much.
Yeah.
And just a pitch like that, you don't have to hit people, but Bogaerts absolutely uncomfortable after taking that pitch in there. That's part of the process.
Yeah, and you know what it does? It buys you the other half of the plate. It buys you some room on the outer half of the plate, and it allows you to pitch and not have to be so perfect with every pitch because a hitter is uncomfortable. All of a sudden now, you know, that pitch that maybe catches a little bit too much plate away, he's kind of reaching for it, and you get bad contact. It's just a great way to pitch. I mean, these hitters are up there trying to time you up and do damage, and your job is to, you know, mess with that timing. One of the ways to do it is to make them a little uncomfortable in the box.
Check swing and a hopper to first. Loney steps on the bag to retire the side. 1, 2, 3. Let's go to the 4th at Fenway. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Evan Longoria will lead it off. Evans singled his first time, a line drive into center. Rays have a run, 2 hits, and the pitch is a tapper foul. Check swing. James Loney next, and then Desmond Jennings. Ground ball picked up by the shortstop Bogaerts, and his throw to first. One away here in the 4th. The Rays Summer Concert Series returns. Be a part of the first concert of the year when Weezer takes the stage after the Rays Mariners game. That'll be Saturday, June 7th. They'll play hits like Say It Ain't So, Pork and Beans, and Island in the Sun. Concert is free with the purchase of that game's ticket. So get your tickets now at raysbaseball.com/concerts or call 888-FAN-RAYS. James Loney lined to right his first time. That ended the first inning when the Rays scored what to this point has been the only run of this game. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Upstairs, a 3-0 count.
Well, we've seen at times tonight Brandon Workman be able to lock into the strike zone for a short period of time, and then other times where he just completely loses his command. Well, you see that pitch count so high right now.
And he walks Loney on 4 pitches.
Yeah, a couple of good pitches to Evan Longoria to get an out, and then missed pretty badly with 4 straight.
Dieva is the pitching coach here of the Red Sox. He and John Farrell have made a very good team handling the Red Sox pitching, and that was a big part of their success story last year. Desmond Jennings. Loney back in at first. Down to Desmond. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, this is where Rays hitters can really start to zone in on Workman and say, when they go up to the plate, I'm going to look for 1 pitch in 1 spot. You almost treat the at-bat as if you're sitting 2-0 already. And you've got a guy struggling with command like this. Don't let him off the hook by chasing borderline pitches early in counts.
And he is behind Jennings, and we'll get a visit from Pierzynski. It's 2-0.
Well, A.J. Pierzynski just telling Brandon Workman, hey, we can't defend the walk. And your stuff is good enough. Let's try some out over the plate and get some swings, because these Rays hitters, if they're smart, they're not going to be going after borderline pitches. They're going to let those go by. Far too many times tonight they've been balls.
Strike. 2-1. You see mostly fastballs and a cutter and a curveball out of Workman. Battling to try to stay ahead of hitters. He comes back to get even here on Jennings in the count. 2-2. and fouls one out of play. Well, these two teams a year ago finished first and second in the East. Boston first, and the Rays the AL wild card team. Right now they're fourth and fifth in the East. Another foul ball back. Rays dropped the season series to the Red Sox a year ago. They're 5-1 against them right now. And there is the standings, the standing board out there in left field. Toronto by 2.5 up on the Yankees, 4.5 on Baltimore. Boston 7 out, the Rays 8.5. Look at the standings. And strike 3 call. Jennings looked at a 2-2 curveball, and that's the second out of the inning. Will be the third strikeout of the night for Workman.
Workman, that's his change of pace pitch. You see right there in the mid-70s with the velocity, and it's got a lot of depth to it. He throws a pretty big curveball, a good change of speeds, about 15 miles an hour off of the fastball, and he just catches Jennings frozen.
Will Myers walked in the second, picked up a couple of stolen bases, and looks at a first pitch strike.
Well, these two teams too at the bottom of the American League East, and by no means is anything been decided at all. I mean, definitely the Rays and the Red Sox have their work cut out for them. They need to get on some sort of a streak, and pretty soon.
Fly ball lifted into shallow center. Bradley Jr. takes care of that, and the Rays are finished in the fourth. 3.5 innings in the book. 1-0 Rays. In the first, he also issued a walk and hit David Ortiz in that inning. As we recap our pitching performance presented by Volkswagen through the first 3, 48 pitches, 32 strikes, 4 strikeouts, and a walk.
Now what we're seeing tonight is a very focused and determined David Price. He has a different air about him tonight, even just in the way that he's carrying himself around the mound. You know, that last start, we rave about it, the fact that he gave up those 5 runs so early and settled down and went 8 innings and ended up putting together a really good outing for considering the circumstances. But David was not happy after that start at all. I think looking forward to his next one. Well, we're seeing it here, and we're seeing a guy that, boy, he's got that look in his eye tonight.
Well, David Ortiz will lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch is fouled back, a big cut from Ortiz. First pitch to Ortiz, the first time up. Got it. John Farrell, in the process of arguing, was ejected. He was looking for something more than just a warning. 1 ball, 1 strike, and so we have the matchup here of Price and Ortiz in the 4th inning. After the 1st inning. The ball and 2 strikes. Pitch moving away from him a little bit.
Well, if David Ortiz is going to continue to be up on the plate and try to get those hips open early, and that's something that you've got to do with guys that have plus velocity. And David Price, he'll still go in there, but he's also going to show you down and away too. That's a way to keep Ortiz off balance. It's so easy for Ortiz to go to left field, the short porch out there, the green monster. We've seen him be able to pepper that thing with balls. He's going to move it around the zone on him.
And the pitch missed. 2-2.
You know, if you go down and away from David Ortiz, fine. It's the one that you leave elevated, because he's so strong that if he just gets a free swing out there, a free level swing, the ball's going to jump off his bat and it's going to find its way off that wall or over it. And that's the risk that you run going out there time and time again. And for a while there, we saw teams wearing David Ortiz out middle in with fastballs. The hands had really slowed down. Not so much anymore.
Price has gone 2-2. He missed with the fastball at 95 on the prior delivery. Has him out in front. And a Tapper foul. Well, Price tonight pitching like a man who was tired of the nonsense that had gone on before, and asserting himself through his ability and his approach. Two and two, the count on Ortiz. Fly ball, center field. That's Desmond Jennings right there to catch it.
I mean, I never heard a stadium get so excited for a routine fly ball to center. I mean, my goodness.
To Ortiz, retired on the fastball, and right there Jennings making the catch
with plenty of room to spare.
Yep. Now it's Johnny Gomes. It's too low to Gomes. Price 4 wins, 4 losses. Now 1-1.
Johnny Gomes, one of those hitters cut out of the mold of one swing for every pitch. I mean, he does not have a 2-strike approach. In fact, his 2-strike approach may maybe swing harder. But you know that he's going to use them, and he's going to try to the ball a long way.
Out. Foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One out, base is empty. Too low. Price comes in 10-6 against the Red Sox in 21 regular season appearances. He was 2-2 last year in 5 appearances against them. Toward the right field line. Myers over there, though, reaches and makes the catch. And Gomes is the second out.
Yeah, that's not typically where Johnny Gomes is going to hit the ball, but that ball stayed up in the air for a long time. And Will Myers, who can cover a lot of ground with those long strides, was able to get over there and put it away for the second out. Right up the right field line.
That'll be A.J. Pierzynski. He reached on the throwing error by Longoria in the second. Pitch is a strike. Pierzynski hit the home run on a curveball off David Price at Tropicana Field last Saturday. That capped the 5-run first. And a line drive into right field. That's in there for a base hit. It's going to roll to the wall. And Pierzynski will head to second with a double.
We've seen David Price recently use his cutter away to the left-handers, almost like a slider, getting some pretty good depth with it. Well, this was a cutter to Pierzynski that acted like a cutter. It stayed on one plane, and it was up. And that's what gave Pierzynski a chance right here. The ball just stays up and out over the plate, and he gets out and around it.
So for the second time tonight, the Red Sox have a runner at second. The double here, their first hit of the night. And it's Mike Karp. We're talking about all these left-handed hitters a couple innings ago in the lineup against David Price. And he's had issues with lefties. The pitch comes in to Karp, and now Karp starts to take a stretch or two. And both benches are emptying. And now Molina and Ortiz getting hot. You see Longoria right there trying to keep the peace.
And I'll tell you what, the longer they stay in that pile out there, something's going to break off here on the edges. You better get these two teams separated or there's going to be something thrown down. Well, you had the warning issued. You had the fastball in on Bogaerts that the Red Sox didn't like. Then he hits Karp. Nobody getting tossed. Red Sox getting frustrated.
So they're separated now to a point.
Well, this series is going to be fun.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
How about it?
Karp had taken a couple steps in front of the plate, and Molina was out there immediately, and so was Dan Bellino, the plate umpire. The umpire separating the two teams, with the exception of the bullpen crews, and you know they're out there in right field side by side, and they all started walking out there intermingled.
That's the cavalry.
Yep.
That's an awkward walk back to the bullpen.
It sure is. But look at that.
Maybe not for those two.
Well, Peralta's, you know, that's some international diplomacy right there. You've got Tazawa, you've got Uehara, and in the middle, Peralta. Well, there you go. They've solved the problem. Probably a couple more. Meanwhile, this umpiring crew gets together to sort out what has happened. Carp hit by a pitch. Hard to read any intent into that, but
no, that, you know,
the Red Sox frustrated by what's happened tonight.
Well, if the tables were turned, the Rays would feel the same way.
Yep.
You know, David Price is just trying to come in on Carp, and he clipped him. But after the warnings, I've increased of a focus on it. Torey Lovullo is ticked off.
Yeah,
well, he may get thrown out too.
Yeah, they could be 2 Red Sox staff members down right here. First 2 men were retired, and Brzezinski double. Carp hit by a pitch, then the bench is emptied.
Well, you can understand the frustration. Warnings were issued after the Ortiz hit, and then Carp gets drilled up and in, Torey Lovullo saying, and nothing happens. And Boston still can't do anything about it.
And now Joe Madden being summoned.
Well, and that right there, more than likely, is basically, hey, you can't pitch in the rest of the game. Because if you do and you nick somebody else, you're going to be gone.
You saw Lovullo throw his helmet down in frustration. But umpire Molino handing the baseball back to David Price. So the Red Sox going to have to make some switches with their staff right now, their coaching staff. They have Arnie Baylor is their first base coach, and Brian Butterfield their third base coach, and it appears that Butterfield will take over with Lovullo ejected.
At this rate, this may be self-coach here at the end.
And here's the pitch by Price that hit Carp.
And that's right up there at the letters, way up and in.
Ortiz hot there. Molina running interference. So Lovullo ejected. First and second. 2 outs. Grady Sizemore steps in after all of that. Pitch is down, a ball, no strikes. Sizemore hit a fly ball to center, caught by Jennings in the second inning. It's a strike and it's 1-1. Rays have the only run of this game. That came in the first. One and two.
You know, when you look at those couple of shots of David Price in hitting Carp, really surprised that he's still out there. And I don't think that he didn't throw at him, obviously. He's just trying to come in, and I think that's what the umpires are taking into account. But at the same time, the way that you normally see these things go is, you know, that's soon after a warning, you come up and in on a guy like that and drill him, you're gone. I mean, it's instantaneous.
Now it's a near miss there. 2-2 the count on Sizemore. I think every other time this situation has presented itself, he's gone.
Right. And you have effectively, you talk about taking half of a plate away from a guy going forward.
And a ground ball to short. The force there, Escobar unassisted. So the Red Sox leave. 2 men on base. Got a double and a hit batter. We're through 4. Rays lead 1-0. Here, and he came up with a ground ball by Sizemore, made the force play at second. Now watch Carp come in.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you something. We saw that as it unfolded. Escobar with the tag. Watch Carp go right at that ankle. Escobar lifts that leg out of the way. There's another angle where you can see Carp's foot, the intent. He is going right down at Escobar's ankle. After getting hit, you know, Escobar was the guy who, you know, that stole third base in that ball game that led to the bad blood a week ago.
Well, here's Escobar leading off, and the pitch is a strike to him.
Now watch this angle. This is where you can see it. Look at that. I mean, he's going right for him.
Wide.
They may
1-1.
Tomorrow, the starting pitchers in tomorrow's game may be part of the goon line. just going to throw out in the fourth line and let him just get ejected early.
Yep.
And then go to the regular game.
2 balls and a strike. Price 67 pitches through 4 innings tonight, 47 strikes. Workman up to 75 right now. There's one headed toward the corner. That's going to be a fair ball. Will one hop the wall? Gomes will have to go get it. And then at second base, Escobar with a double to lead off the 5th. For Escobar, his 8th double of the year, and now Jose Molina, who grounded to third his first time.
I think it's time for Jose to get off the schneid in the RBI department.
Looking for his first run batted in of the year.
This would be a great time to do it. A tight game here in the 5th inning.
And he puts down the bunt. Workman will get the tag on him. So he bunts Escobar over to third.
Rays playing small ball here in the 5th inning. Jose Molina, a nice bunt too. Job well done.
Now the infield comes up with David DeJesus at the plate. You know, DeJesus, a good contact man, works the count. The Rays with Escobar at third.
Well, you bring those fielders close to the hitter, and David DeJesus, all he's thinking is nice, easy swing, good, solid contact. Those guys come that far in, you've got to hit it almost right at them for them to be able to make a play.
And there's a soft liner into right for the base hit to get Escobar home. Nice job by DeJesus, who scored the first run. He drives in the second run, and just a soft little liner into right to drive in Escobar.
You know, you understand bringing the infield in. That's the play that has to be made in tight games like this. But you give the hitter a ton of confidence because he's just thinking, like we said, smooth swing, get the barrel to the baseball. You know that the range is limited because guys are so close to you. And DeJesus comes through on the first pitch.
Now Ben Zobrist just back in the lineup. DeJesus with a double and a single tonight, 2 for 3. Ben dislocated his left thumb back on the 14th. So a little over 2 weeks, and he's back in here.
And with just one game. So you would expect there to be some rust for Ben Zobrist.
There goes DeJesus, and he is out at second base. Bogaerts put the tag on him. The pitch to Zobrist up and away, and a very good pitch for Brzezinski to handle.
Quasi pitch out. Well, you see him, brings him right out of his stance, and he is very accurate with that throw. And David DeJesus, not the biggest lead and not the best jump.
Well, the Rays had picked up a couple of steals early. Lose DeJesus caught stealing. It's a strike to Ben Zobrist. Then drove in the run in the first to give the Rays a 1-0 lead. In fact, the Rays had not scored a run in the first inning in their last 16 games, going back to the 11th of May. They've been outscored 16-0 in the first inning in that stretch. Now 2-2 to Ben, and Zobrist got the ground ball to get DeJesus home from third in that frame. Foul ball. Two runs, 4 hits for the Rays. No runs, 1 hit for Boston. Five-year-old left-hander, Brandon Workman, or right-hander, Workman. And the pitch down. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Workman will be 26 in August. And Zobrist has worked the count full against the young right-hander. Cut the miss. Fastball strikes him out. So the Rays get a run. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 Tampa Bay. They scored in the first on the double by DeJesus. He went to third on this error on Sizemore. Zobrist with the ground ball. Got DeJesus home to make it 1-0. Rays added another run in the 5th. The leadoff double by Escobar, who was then bunted over to third by Molina. And then he scored against the drawn-in infield on the base hit to right by David DeJesus. First pitch. Jackie Bradley Jr. takes a breaking ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Ball. Loney backs up a couple steps and will beat Bradley to the bag. Ground ball out, 1 away.
Always important to get that lead runner, especially when he can run a little bit and you're going back over to the top. David Price, we just talked about the way that he has been moving around that mound, taking complete charge of this game, and now has been given another run to work with. 2-run lead.
Top of the order, Brock Holt.
Brock Holt has seen 7 pitches, 6 of them strikes, and the other one was a quality pitch just off the plate. He has been given nothing.
And there's a first pitch strike to him. 3 pitches got him looking in the first inning. He swung and missed a fastball at 94 in the 3rd. Lifts the fly ball, short center. Desmond Jennings right there. So that's the second out. 2 gone, 2 up, 2 down in the 5th. Tomorrow it's a full day of MLB action, beginning with the Braves taking on the Marlins on Fox Sports 1. Then it's Baseball Night in America on Fox as the Rays battle the Red Sox. Our MLB doubleheader begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and continues at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Xander Bogaerts. He has struck out at a fly ball to left. Bogaerts was a little uncomfortable on an 0-2 pitch in the 3rd, and then lifted the fly ball to Joyce and left with the second out of that inning. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We've seen a good mix tonight too from David Price. It's not all about just him want to taking over this game. We've seen good pitches, good fastballs, both sides of the plate, some breaking balls, some good changeups. The cutter has it all working.
There's a liner into left. A base hit. Joyce with the pickup. Big aggressive turn by Bogaerts, and he hangs on at first base.
And right on time, he gets a ball laced down into the corner on him. Now that was a cutter there that just stayed up. And because of the lack of velocity on that, it's going to allow Bogaerts to get the bat started. And once you're able to do that, you catch it clean, you get it down into left field. And here with 2 outs, he was looking to try to get into scoring position. That's why the aggressive turn.
Well, he continues to be a hot hitter. And here's Dustin Pedroia, who has walked and grounded out to first. There's a strike. Price in the mid-70 in pitch count in the 5th inning here. Fastball upstairs, 1-1. Price with 4 strikeouts. He's walked 1 man, has hit 2. He's given up 2 hits. Pedroia takes 1 wide. Off speed out there, 2-1. Red Sox have had runners on in every inning except the 3rd. Pop foul. That's going to be right back out of play. They left 2 men on in the 1st inning. Runners 1st and 2nd. Brzezinski reached on an error to lead off. The 2nd inning was left on. Red Sox left men at 1st and 2nd in the 4th. They have Bogaerts at 1st with 2 outs in the 5th. It's a foul ball, just foul. Tom Woodring on the call. Pedroia just missed an extra base hit there. See how close this was. And a base hit into left through the hole. That moves Bogaerts down to second. Pedroia aboard at first. So a couple of 2-out singles in the 5th inning. And the crowd gets a little excited as David Ortiz approaches the plate. He'll be up here with 2 men on and 2 men out.
Now he's their big slugger in the heart middle of this lineup, and this is where the fireworks started early.
He was hit by a pitch. First pitch in the at-bat. David Price got him in the 1st inning. Lifted a fly ball to center, caught by Jennings in the 4th.
We talk about big moments in games. Right here, the bottom of the 5th, 2 outs.
It's David Price against David Ortiz. First pitch, a strike fastball in there at 94.
Well, this is where David Price is going to bear down, and every pitch that he throws in this at bat will be with maximum effort. He understands this is a big spot of the game. 2 runners aboard, their power hitter at the plate. Some bad blood brewing.
An 0-1 count. Strike 2 for a couple of fastballs, one at 94 and that one at 95.
Yeah, this one, better location. I mean, right down there. You can't do anything with that.
Two-run ball game. The 0-2. Line drive into left for a base hit. Joyce with the pickup. The throw will be toward third as Bogaerts scores to make it 2-1. An 0-2 pitch lined the other way. Ortiz drives in his 31st run of the year.
Wayne, we talked earlier about a lot of the success that David Price had off of David Ortiz is pitching him in. Well, that pitch has effectively been taken away from David Price. And so the 3rd fastball, this one right here to get ahead, okay, strike 1. This location on this pitch, now is where you'd like to see David Price expand that zone. He doesn't. That pitch stays middle. Ortiz is able to get to it. He's already seen 2 out there in the same general area, and he's able to line that into left field and draw the Red Sox close.
Yeah, with Carp being hit by the pitch in the 4th inning, difficult to go in anymore. A point not lost on this Red Sox lineup, to be sure. Gomes takes a big cut, swinging from his heels.
Well,
strike 1.
You remember after the decision was made that David Price was not going to get thrown out of the game and Torey Larulo went crazy. We got that camera shot of Jeff Kellogg talking to David Price, and he's probably saying, look, you come close to somebody again, you are going to be gone. Yeah. Well, effectively, you just cut off the inside corner for him. He can't go in there. If he misses one, I mean, you got to be able to pitch in, but if he comes a little bit too close, you know they're going to run him out of there.
Fouled back. Fastball again. 0-2. So now the run the Rays scored in the top of this inning. The difference in this game, 2-1. Similar situation to the 1st inning. Pedroia second, Ortiz at first, Gomes the hitter. Price struck him out then. Fly ball to right. Myers is there and makes the catch to retire the side. Red Sox pick up a run on 3 hits. They lead 2. We're through 5, 2-1, Tampa Bay. pitch is presented by Just for Men Auto Stop, the foolproof way to get rid of gray. And by Wesley Chapel Toyota and Wesley Chapel Honda, home of the lifetime warranty, I-75 North, exit 279. The rain has started again here at Fenway Park. We had rain before the game and then shortly after the game started for just a few moments. And as we go to the 6th, the rain falls once more. Matt Joyce takes the pitch inside. 1 ball, no strikes. And suddenly it's coming down rather hard here. Brandon Workman on the hill. The pitch is skied to shallow left. Gomes will come in for it. And just behind Bogaerts makes the catch. So on the 2nd pitch of the inning, Joyce hits a pop fly to left, 1 away. There's Bert Badenhop, the former Ray, up now in the bullpen. Evan Longoria stepping in. Evan had a base hit his first time. Takes the pitch high. 1 ball, no strikes. Ooh, this one behind Longoria, and Workman has been ejected. Brzezinski has something to say to Longoria, and in between the two of them, Bellino. That ball up and behind Longoria, and an immediate ejection by Workman.
He was coming down to the end of his night anyway.
So how about that? Ron Butterfield, who's the acting manager now. John Farrell was ejected in the 1st inning. Torey Lovello was ejected in the 4th. Brian Butterfield out here talking it over with this umpiring crew in the 6th inning.
Doesn't the manager go too? And if that's the case, if that's the case, that they're going to be under their 4th manager.
Yeah, because they've already moved their first base coach, Arnie Baylor, over to 3rd. Victor Rodriguez, who's their assistant hitting coach, is now the first base coach as Butterfield took over the scorecard. And now that Workman has been ejected, that's a good point. They're going deep into their staff. Workman ejected. Boy, you can't tell who's being ejected here without a scorecard.
I'm going to see if Westy will leave us a ticket for tomorrow's game. I'm not missing it. I'm not missing it.
Badenhop was already in the bullpen.
Yeah.
So just a coincidence that he's all set to enter the game now.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Brandon Workman had gone, deep. Last time he ended his outing 5 innings, and he was in the mid-80s in pitches. He's up around 88 this time. Evan Longoria comes to the plate. He's the big boy, the cleanup hitter for the Rays, and so he's probably going to be done anyway. So here you go. I guarantee that was planned.
So Badenhop will be the new pitcher. So this pitching change presented by Fiat. So the Rays get 4 hits and a couple runs, a couple walks so far off Workman. Badenhop will inherit this 2-0 count. Well, with all of the fireworks that's gone on here tonight. And Ortiz hit, and then Carp hit. Really the most dangerous pitch of them all was that last one that sailed up and behind Longoria's head.
So I think we have a new manager out talking to the umpires right now. Look like Greg Colburn.
Well, he's fourth on the depth chart.
Have you ever seen that before?
I'm not sure that I've ever seen a team go 4 deep in managers because of ejections in one game. So Badenop will be the new pitcher. Colburn the new manager. Wow. And the rain continues to fall. That's the second time we've seen Butterfield ejected. This one an automatic. And now to complete the at bat, here's ball 3 to Longoria from Badenhop. Strike call. We're in the top half of the 6th inning. And there's ball 4 taken by Longoria. Well, Workman will have that walk go on his account. Well, here's how it all started. Ortiz hit by a pitch in the first. John Farrell was ejected. Then Carp in the 4th inning, a pitch coming up, got him on the forearm, and then pitch is emptied. You see Ortiz was upset there, and Molina ran interference, and now pitch behind Longoria. So Evans the runner at first, and James Loney is the hitter. Pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Brent Colburn, the hitting coach, is now the manager. Loney, that's a strike. Well,
this Boston Red Sox bullpen has been very, very good this year. Burt Badenhop, one of the guys red hot coming out of that pen. He has not allowed an earned run. Jeez, 21 and a third innings. Pretty good streak.
Loney lines it right back to Badenhop, and the underhanded toss to first will double up Longoria. So the Rays are out in the 6th. No runs, no hits, a walk, double play, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of inning 6. Brzezinski, Carp, and Sizemore due up 2-1 Rays. The 6th inning. Rick Colburn, the 4th manager of the night for the Boston Red Sox. This is our Toyota trend. John Farrell was ejected in the 1st inning. The 2nd manager, Torey Lovullo, ejected in the 4th. The 3rd manager, Brian Butterfield, ejected in the 6th inning. And now Craig Colburn, the hitting coach, is the 4th manager of this game for the Boston Red Sox.
I've never even heard of such a thing.
Meanwhile, the rain continues as we move into the bottom of the 6th. David Price, 2-5, has given up a run and 4 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. He's made 87 pitches. He's hit 2 batters. He absolutely hit Ortiz on purpose. Pitching in to Carp hit him, not on purpose. And then Workman was ejected after 5 1/3 when he threw a pitch behind Evan Longoria's head. So he was sent packing. And now as we go to the bottom of the 6th, David Price will face A.J. Pierzynski. So the benches have emptied. Managers are being ejected. It's raining at Fenway. And the first pitch hit on the ground, and a nice pickup right there by Zobrist to throw out Pierzynski. Nicely done. Ben just back. That left thumb was dislocated, and he got over there with the glove hand and made a nice pickup right there.
And this glove's got to bang off the ground right here as you see him ranging to his left, trying to prevent that ball from getting out into right field. And a very smooth play there by Ben Zobrist.
Well, it's Mike Carp. He's 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. And there's a ball. Popped up, left side. Looking up into the rain, Longoria, and he makes the catch as Carp fouls out. 2 up and 2 down. See the rain falling. It started raining about an hour before game time and rained right up until about 10 to 15 minutes before first pitch. Then about 15 minutes after the first pitch, it started to rain. It was back around closing in on 7:30. And a little after 9, the rain has fallen again and has been steady. Sizemore takes a strike. Tapper foul, 0-2. Price a little over 90 pitches right now.
And he's got a chance too. 2 outs and an 0-2 count for a really quick one here. After being pushed a little bit in that last inning, 3 2-out hits led to the Red Sox first and only run.
Fly ball toward the left field corner. Joyce on the run. That ball's going to be out of play. Slicing into the stands as the stands jut out right along the foul line.
And that's the one downside to this ballpark for pitchers. There is no foul territory to speak of once you get down the line. You got a little bit, as you can see right there, between the lines and the dugout. And then after that, it just goes away. I'm talking about feet. A couple.
Swing and a miss. Sizemore's out on strikes to retire the side. On to the 7th inning. Braves 2, Red Sox 1. Continuing to fall harder here. Reminder, there's now a great new way to experience Rays baseball with the Rays Flex Packs. These 3, 6, or 9 game packs offer fantastic savings, allowing you to select any games you'd like during the season. To purchase your Flex Pack, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Well, they worked on the mound. Got the plate umpire Dan Bellino talking with Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief. And how about that guy right there? Not only did he pick a rainy night for the game, but as you can see from his cap, he missed the Atlanta Braves series here.
And he's got no cover.
None.
Just one day. It was close.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go into the 7th inning. And now for about 20 minutes, it has been a steady downpour. Badenhop on the hill. Jennings bounces one foul down the third base side for a strike. Desmond 0 for 2. Leading off here in the 7th. Will Myers will be next, and then Yunel Escobar. One ball, one strike. Badenhop picks up the zone at the knees. That's 1 and 2. Berg spent 2012 with the Rays, made 66 appearances that year with the Rays. Roller foul on the Milwaukee last year. In 63 games with the Brewers. And now back in the American League here with the Red Sox.
But he's got that kind of stuff that travels very well. Sinker, slider, doesn't overthink it. Tries to keep the ball on the ground, keep his infielders happy, keep the opposition off the scoreboard. And he's been very good at that over the last month plus.
Two balls, two strikes. Rays got 2 runs in 5 1/3 off Brandon Workman. They lead 2-1. Line drive center field. Bradley Jr. right there to make the catch. gets the first out. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. There's Will Myers. First pitch to Will is a strike. That fan photo shot reminded me of that walk to the bullpen after that second bench emptying brawl with Peralta walking out there in between Tazawa and Uehara. Well, Peralta, the peacemaker, now just trying to find a dry spot in the bullpen. The Rays and the Red Sox play in the rain. One ball, two strikes. Myers reached on a walk in the second inning and picked up his second and third stolen bases of the year. There's Escobar on deck. He doubled and scored in the fifth inning. And right now, that run is the difference in this game. Count's going to go full on Will. And he walks for the second time tonight. Rays get a base runner.
Now Badenhop got the jump on him. 0-2. Kept trying to sweep that breaking ball to the outside corner. Didn't get it. That last pitch was awfully close. Didn't get that one either.
Now Yunel Escobar. Escobar looks at a strike. Well, this rainy night has not put a damper on the fireworks. Hit batters, ejections.
It all started with David Price and David Ortiz. A complicated relationship,
yes,
stemming from last year. And it's led to the Boston Red Sox being on their fourth manager.
How about that? You would have never thought when he hit Ortiz that they'd be 4 deep on the depth chart here in managers. And a strike call. Escobar caught looking. Pitch on the corner.
Badenhop down and away. Late movement may have been a little bit off. But Dan Bellino said close enough.
That'll be Jose Molina. Molina put down a sacrifice in the fifth inning after Escobar doubled, and that caused the Red Sox to pull the infield in, and David DeJesus hit a soft liner through the right side of that infield to give the Rays their second run. And the strike. Well, the Rays have battled for their wins this year. They've already played 14 one-run games. They're 9-5 in one-run games. And they're involved in another one right now.
And Boston's actually lost 12 one-run games.
Yep, that's right.
They played in 18 of them.
1 ball, 1 strike. When you think about those 1-run games and the close games the Rays have played, almost a third of their wins this year have come in games when they scored 2 or fewer runs.
That speaks to the pitching staff, and it speaks to why Rays fans, why the Rays themselves, why we are optimistic that this team can get back into it. Because if your pitching staff can do that and it can get on a run, and now with Alex Cobb back, everybody's starting to slot in. Jeremy Hellickson working his way back. Those guys are getting the job done. Guess what? This team can rattle off a bunch of wins in a row. You don't need to throw up 6, 7, 8 runs a game.
Yeah.
Be nice, but you don't need to.
Hellickson pitched a bullpen today. And I think the next step would be Monday, a simulated game for him.
He's getting the full spring training in by himself.
Boy, what they need now, Badenhop was looking for a rosin bag, and the original rosin bag was soaked out there.
I thought maybe it got ejected too.
Well, in a manner of speaking, it just has been.
Threw out 3 managers and a rosin bag. And Workman.
Yep,
maybe Workman took it with him.
Yep. Yeah, Workman and Butterfield went together on that ejection. Still a ball, 2 strikes to count to Molina. On that last bench emptying situation, Molina out there in the catching gear was running great interference for David Ortiz. Molina starts to go, check. And the count is 2-2. Workman 5 1/3. He was ejected. Badenhop 2 outs into the 7th with a man on top of the order. DeJesus on deck. Two lifted toward the line and right. Sizemore, a long run, can't get there. That's a foul ball just out of the reach of Sizemore. And boy, that's not pleasant for the Red Sox right fielder coming in trying to catch that one. And was sprawled out there. Pedroia went sliding in there.
No, it's wet, it's sticky, it's that gravelly type of warning track dirt.
And Molina will get another pitch here.
He'll be finding remnants of that tomorrow somewhere. How did that get there?
Yeah. He fouls another one. Well, Molina catching with Ryan Hannigan on the DL. Trying to get the hamstring well. Molina had a single and a walk in the final game of the Toronto series. Now 2-2. Lifts it toward right center. Bradley's there to make the catch. Rays get a walk. Lee Myers aboard. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 2-1 Tampa Bay. Fenway Park tonight, the Rays and the Red Sox beginning their 3-game series. Rays leading 2-1. It has been raining in Boston off and on. The rain still coming down, but much lighter than it was just a few moments ago as we move into the 7th. Rays scored a run in the 1st. They picked up another run in the 5th, and the Boston Red Sox countered with a run in the bottom of the 5th. We go to the home half of the 7th. 94 pitches for David Price. 6 innings of 4-hit, 1-run baseball. And he faces Jackie Bradley Jr. here in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch is a strike. Bradley's line to left and is bounced out to first. Rays started the day 8.5 back. The Red Sox 7 out. That's a strike. 0-2.
Back-to-back curveballs here for David against Bradley Jr. A very important hitter for him to keep off base. Leading off this inning, some speed there.
Got top of the order. Those two guys have been red hot coming into this game, Holt and Bogaerts.
You don't want him to get a running start. Down just 1.
It takes the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Holt on deck. Bogaerts to follow.
David Price's pitch, Brock Holt, he has given him nothing tonight. 1 weak fly ball to center field. A couple of strikeouts. Got to get Bradley here.
And a bit wide. Runs the count to 2-2. Line drive out of the reach of Escobar and threw into left. And Bradley is aboard to lead off the bottom of the 7th.
Well, you know, you go back to something we talked about a little bit earlier after the warning and then the second warning to David Price. Everything away from Bradley Jr. Everything away, and finally 5-6 pitches in, he gets something hard out there and he just shoots it that way outside of the dive Escobar.
That's the first leadoff hit surrendered by Price tonight. Back in the 2nd, Brzezinski reached on an error. That opened the 2nd inning. Now Bradley, who can run, is aboard at first to open the bottom of the 7th, and we go to the top of the order, Brock Holt. Quick toss to first. Bradley back in on the step back. Fires over to first again. Led 1-0 after the 1st inning. 2-0 after the 5th. It's now 2-1. And the bunt popped up, and that's going to be foul and out of play.
You know, sometimes David Price, a couple of throws over there with Jackie Bradley Jr. leading off. You know, you're seeing if a guy's going to go on first movement sometimes. Other times you're seeing if the hitter's going to tip his hand and bunt right there. And the Rays, they had everybody coming. Evan Longoria anticipating he was coming. James Loney abandoned his post. He was coming. David Price was coming. It leads you to believe they had on the play that they were looking to cut down the lead runner at second base. See if they run it again. You see Loney already a couple of feet off first base.
Low toss over there this time. Meanwhile, you saw Jake McGee up in the Rays bullpen. Boston right now. And the bunt a little close, and it nicked his bat. And that's a foul ball right back into the mitt of Molina. 2 strikes.
So you almost get dosed, and it's a strike.
How about that? Trying to get the bat back. He made contact, and it's 0-2.
This has not been Brock Holt's night so far.
Holt trying to get a bunt down, now behind 0-2. He swings away and misses. Fastball up, strikes him out. Out on strikes for the 3rd time tonight.
I think the frustration of the night took over right there. Not getting the bunt down, having that one up and in, and he goes way out of the zone here. We saw a much more disciplined Brock Holt at Tropicana Field, but he's had a rough night, and it got a little worse right there with that swing.
Xander Bogaerts, who singled and scored the Boston run in the 5th inning. Came into the game hitting .296. First pitch, a called strike off speed. Price, in 37 starts on the road in the American League East, he has gone 22-3.
Yeah, it's incredible. Those numbers are really amazing.
High fly ball into left. Joyce going back, and that ball is going to be high off the wall. The tying run will score on a double off the bat of Bogaerts. He continues his hot hitting, and this game is a 2-2 contest now.
Well, a towering fly ball out there to left center field, and frustrating. There's not a whole lot you can do but try to play it off that wall and play it well. Jackie Bradley Jr. read this extremely well. This ball stays out over the plate with some elevation, and Bradley Jr. never hesitated. He was coming all the way. Had a good read on it. You see, he's almost to third by the time that thing hit the wall.
So the double, 14th of the year for Bogaerts, ties it. He has scored a run and has driven home a run. And here's Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia shoots it into right field. Myers back for it. He'll make the catch. Back to tag at second. Bogaerts headed to third. He's there with 2 outs. Well, Pedroia made a bid to get it over Myers' head. Will got back in time to catch it.
Well, there's a lot of room out there. I mean, right field, the pesky pole short, but it juts out pretty quick. Right center's huge. And Pedroia drilled that ball, but Myers able to track it down.
Well, David Ortiz due up with a man at third and 2 outs. Jim Hickey goes to the mound. Rays pitching coach out there. Price right now at 105 pitches on the night. So the Rays a run in the first, a run in the fifth. The Red Sox a run in the fifth and a run in the seventh inning. Ortiz hit in the first inning. A fly ball to center in the fourth and drove in a run with a base hit in the fifth.
Well, here was that base hit. You're talking about the pitch by pitch. Yeah, fastball away, strike one. Boy, well located here. Now instead of expanding, this ball leaks back across the plate, and Ortiz shot it into left field. And you better believe that David Ortiz probably looking for something middle away here too. They're going to go something soft to start.
And Ortiz takes the pitch down for a ball.
First pitch changeup, lefty on lefty. All I got to do is make one big pitch here. Get out of this inning tied.
Out of play. 1-1. The first couple pitches soft by Price standards anyway. %70 of his pitches tonight have been strikes. He's at 107 pitches, 75 strikes, and 70%. 2 balls, 1 strike. That's Gomes on deck, Johnny Gomes. Ground ball, foul. Evens the count, 2-2.
Nothing good here. Nothing good here. You go for borderline or just off. David Ortiz wants to be the hero here. He wants to swing the bat. He's a disciplined hitter, but you're talking about late in the game, a tie game. This is a pitcher that hit him earlier on purpose. He wants to swing.
Two. Fly ball, straightaway center, shallow. Jennings has it. Boston settles for 1 run, leaving a man at third. We're through 7. This game is tied 2-2.
Red Sox in the opener of this 3-game series. Don't forget, tomorrow's a Fox National game between the Sox and the Rays. And then we're back on the air Sunday with our Rays Live pregame show driven by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. We will preview the matchup between Eric Bedard, who is going Sunday now, not Alex Cobb, and also John Lester will be the opponent. We will have Kelly Nash at a watch party as well as Rich and O hosting. Then tonight, guys, after the game, Rays Live presented by Checkers. It's one of those post-game shows you won't want to miss. We'll hear from Joe Madden. We'll hear from David Price. We'll also hear from others in the Rays clubhouse. We're also going to try and hear from John Farrell, who was the first of 3 managers or acting managers ejected for the Boston Red Sox tonight. All that coming up with Rich and O hosting, Dwayne and BA with their thoughts on this one from Fenway after the game on Rays Live presented by Checkers. Right now, let's go back to the booth.
All right, Todd, thank you for bringing us up to date on all of that. So a lot still in store here with this game moving into the 8th, and Shinichi Tozawa will be pitcher number 3 for Boston following Workman and Badenhoff. Tozawa making his 27th appearance with a 1-0 record and a .225 earned run average. The Rays will send the top of the order, David DeJesus, up here, who is 2 for 3 tonight with a run scored and a run batted in. Tozawa's first pitch. It's upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. He's carried a 4-game winning streak onto this road trip. They were swept 3 by the Blue Jays, and in a battle here with the Red Sox, tied 2-2 in the 8th inning tonight, opening the series at Fenway.
Well, and with all the drama in this game, you would expect nothing else. Tie ball game, 8th inning. These two teams, a lot of bad blood, a lot of great games in between.
Yeah, just another of the 19 games in the season series to be played between these two clubs. We fouled it back, like the pitch up, maybe a little bit too much up.
Yeah, but if Tozawa doesn't find his way down, the Rays are going to have a good chance. They've had some success off of Tozawa, some big hits off of him.
Andrew Miller, the lanky left-hander in the bullpen. And up out of the zone. 3 balls and a strike. Zobrist on deck. Now we go to 3-2 with that pitch fouled back. One other at bat for DeJesus against Tozawa. He struck out, so he's 0 for 1 in the head-to-head matchups against him. (3-2) lifted into center field. Bradley Jr. back a few steps. 1 gone. That will get Ben Zobrist to the plate against Tozawa. And Ben has swung the bat pretty well against him. Just back active tonight, 0 for 3. Did drive in a run with a ground ball in the first. And against Tozawa in his career, he's 3 out of 7 with a double. See what Ben can do against Tazawa. First pitch, a strike around the knees.
Well, the Rays need more than anything else. Obviously, a base runner. Ben Zobrist, pretty good handle on the strike zone. He'll take his walks. You just wonder how sharp he is after the long layoff and only one rehab game.
And a look at that pitch wide.
That just speaks to what the Rays feel about Ben Zobrist and wanting to get him back up here as soon as possible when the guy literally has played in now his second game in the last 2+ weeks. That's not easy to do in baseball, let alone at the major league level.
Two balls and a strike. Well, he's made a couple of nice plays defensively tonight. Made contact his first time up to get a runner home from third.
And you think, too, with the nature of the injury, it's not like you're staying sharp in those 2 weeks, taking BP, hitting, you've got to, there's a certain amount of rest that goes into that type of an injury.
2-1, a ground ball headed toward the middle. Bogaerts with a pickup throw to first in time. Then trying to get one through the middle. Bogaerts got there, and the young shortstop makes the play.
Boy, and he should have. Xander Bogaerts covering some ground. A sweet play here on a wet night. Right up the middle. Look at him. That is a tremendous play by the young shortstop.
Well, he's going to make it hard for them to move him to third.
I'm just thinking that. I just was thinking, and you're going to move this guy.
Yeah.
Because once you move him to third, that range that he gives you at shortstop, that's moot. I mean, that's third base. You've got to be able to react, but range is somewhat limited because of the position.
Base is empty. The hitter is Matt Joyce. That's a strike. Matt 0 for 3 in his career against Tazawa, with a walk drawn against the Red Sox right-hander. Now he's behind in the count. Ball disappeared on the Rays left fielder.
That's why when Tazawa is working down in the zone, and that pitch especially, that split finger, it's been curveball split here to Joyce. He's a good fastball hitter.
A ball and 2 strikes. He stays down. Tazawa, soon to be 28 years old. Cut and a miss. Stayed down. That one disappeared as well. And 1, 2, 3 go the Rays in the 8th. We're tied 2-2. Park tonight. Celebrate Father's Day early. The Rays take on the Mariners Sunday, June 8th. The first 10,000 fans 14 and older get a James Loney grill set presented by KM. Get your tickets now at RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Jake McGee is the new pitcher. David Price worked 7 innings, allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 1, struck out 6. 110 pitches for Price tonight. 77 were for strikes. And now it's Jake McGee on for the 26th time to face Johnny Gomes. Gomes, Brzezinski, and Karp due up.
And this is the big one here.
Yeah, it is. This could be a really interesting at bat.
Yep. You know you're getting the hard stuff. Johnny Gomes knows that. He's going to sell out for it.
First pitch hit on the ground to third. Longoria's throw to first, and Gomes is out of there. So Gomes goes after the first pitch. 1 away. A.J. Brzezinski. The lefty-righty breakout for Brzezinski. First pitch is a strike. Uehara up in the bullpen. It's Escobar. 2 gone. So Jake McGee has retired the first 2 hitters he has faced. And now another left-handed bat in Mike Karp. And that's the left-right breakout for Karp.
And Jake McGee, just not your typical lefty. I mean, he is going to come at you at 95, 98% fastballs at about 95, 98 miles an hour.
Pitch is a strike.
He has been good here tonight in his 4 pitches. Well located. And he's been throwing the ball well all year for the Rays.
Yeah, he has not given up a run in 13 appearances this month. You know, we talked the first few days of May about the all-star rep for the Rays, and look at the breakout for Jake McGee.
Yeah, and you take April, but May is certainly outshined it. And yeah, he's been so consistent and so dominating that you would think that you got to stand up and take notice of him.
It's 2 balls and a strike. Austin scored a run in the 7th to tie it. It's 2-2. Seven innings for David Price. It's a big cut, a foul ball back 2-2. Price will not get a decision tonight, but he may have made a statement about how he goes about his work here tonight with this performance. 7 innings. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a cut and a miss. Karp Out on strikes, the fastball at 98. 1-2-3. Go the Red Sox, and Evan Longoria will open the ninth inning for the Rays with Loney and Jennings to follow in this tie game, 2-2. On the David DeJesus double, he went to third on this error and scored on a Ben Zobrist ground ball to second base to make it 1-0 Rays. In the top of the fifth, with Escobar at third base, DeJesus against the drawn-in infield scored him to make it 2-0. But David Ortiz lined a single into left, scoring Xander Bogaerts in the fifth inning, and then it was Bogaerts with a double off the wall and left in the seventh, scoring Bradley, and that tied this game. It's 2-2 as we go to the ninth. Koji Uehara, the new pitcher, on for the 23rd time, and Longoria goes after the first pitch, hitting a long foul ball. Well foul out of play, strike one.
Well, not a save situation, but there won't be going forward. So that's why you see Uehara in the game right now. His numbers, again, from last year to this year, the same. Awesome.
And why not with a pitch like that? 0-2.
You know, his fastball is not going to overpower you, but he pitches up in the zone, and then he's got that split to go along with it. And he's got three different versions of that split finger fastball. And so he is able to manipulate that ball in such a way it's so difficult for a hitter to contend with.
And he strikes out Longoria. Good cut there by Evan. One away.
Very rarely do you see him hang that pitch either. You see that grip. And there it goes.
One out, base is empty, and James Loney looking for his first hit. He walks back in the fourth inning. Now it's Loney facing Uehara. Fly ball lifted toward the line and left, back toward the corner a bit. Gomes back there. That's a foul ball. Boy, there's not much foul territory. Gomes found what little foul territory there was and could not hang on.
Yeah, and that's going to be close, too, because there isn't any room. Let's take a look at it.
Boy, in his glove and out.
Yep. Boy, he had a shot at it, too. That ball rattled around in that glove. You can never tell what it's going to do in there, and that one came out.
Loney 0 for 4 with a walk against Uehara. 0-2. Loney again the other way, this time well out of play. Red Sox tied it with a run in the 7th. With 2-2 in the top of the 9th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's Desmond Jennings on deck. Line drive into center field. Bradley comes on though and makes the catch. He got a good jump on that line drive and got there in plenty of time.
Boy, did he ever. Good job by James Loney, first of all, getting to that pitch, but the jump that Jackie Bradley Jr. got and his closing speed made that a pretty routine play for him. Watch him go right now.
It's the second out in the 9th. Now it's Desmond Jennings. The pitch is high. Desmond looking for his first hit. 2 strikeouts and a line drive to center. One and one. Jennings 1 out of 7 against the Boston right-hander. Behind in the count now, 1-2. Desmond starts to go. Checked in time.
Uehara showing a little emotion out there. Close pitch. Desmond did not go.
The 2-2. Just a piece of it, a foul ball. The 2-2. Down to third. Holt up with it. Drill to first is a strike. And 1-2-3 go the Rays in the 9th. Bottom half of inning 9 coming. Rays 2 and the Red Sox 2. Submitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays. Bottom of the ninth inning in Boston. Rays and the Red Sox have battled to a 2-2 tie, and Joel Peralta will be making his 26th appearance of the year.
That covers 23 innings, and he will be going up against the bottom of the Boston Red Sox lineup here with Grady Sizemore leading off.
Sizemore, Bradley Jr., and Holt due up. Peralta, the third pitcher for the Rays, 7 for Price, 1 for McGee. Peralta in for 2/3 of an inning in Wednesday's game in Toronto. Facing Sizemore. The pitch is too low. Sizemore 0 for 3 tonight, including a strikeout his last time up.
And you got some guys here in this Boston lineup coming up now that can run a little bit. Sizemore can run a little bit. Bradley Jr., we saw his speed out in center field. And then you wrap around to Holt, who's had a rough night, but Bogaerts, who's swinging the bat well.
Sizemore 2 for 7 in his career with a double off Peralta. That's a strike. It's 1-1. Low. Red Sox have won 4 in a row, including a comeback win over Atlanta in their game last night here. They scored 2 in the 8th and a run in the 9th to win it 4-3. We're tied 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th inning right now. It's a night when the Yankees have lost, the Blue Jays have lost. Pop foul. Longoria near the stands, reaching, but out of room. The count is 2-2. Other games involving those teams in the East. The Blue Jays lost at home to Kansas City 6-1, and the Yankees lost at home to the Twins also 6-1. The Orioles now trail the Astros in the bottom of the 7th in Houston 2-1. So one of these two teams can pick up a game. And Houston, you're right, a 6-game winning streak. They're playing well. Sizemore out on strikes.
Good split there by Peralta. 2 strikes, he keeps his pitch right on the edge. It's a big first out.
That'll be Jackie Bradley Jr. He led off the 7th inning with that base hit. Scored the tying run. Look out, the bat goes into the stands on a swing and a miss. Right out of his hands and right into the seats. 1 count on Bradley. One and one. Holt on deck.
Let's go, Jackie!
One and two. Nice pitch on the edge.
Yeah, that was actually a split by Peralta that didn't split the plate. But you know what? That pitch for him, when he gets the movement down like he did with Sizemore, can be effective, and other times, you know, it comes out like a regular straight change. Just the velocity itself will fool you.
And a cut and a miss. Bradley's out on strikes. Time he did get the movement. Back-to-back strikeouts of Sizemore and Bradley.
Yeah, this is a carbon copy. It got Sizemore, and now it gets Bradley.
2 outs with the bases empty. Brock Holt. Low. 1 ball, no strikes. David Price made 110 pitches, 77 strikes in 7 innings. Jake McGee, a perfect 8th inning. Now here in the 9th, Peralta with 2 strikeouts, dealing with Brock Holt. And is behind him 2-0.
It's been a steady diet of off speed here by Peralta, these left-handed hitters. Curveballs and splits, 1 changeup to Sizemore, 1 fastball to Sizemore. It has been soft and softer.
Bounce it back, came in with a fastball. 2-1. Rays in another close one. Tied in the bottom of the 9th. Now 3-1. The Rays and the Red Sox. Red Sox won it all last year. It's Bogaerts on deck. Top 2 teams out of the East a year ago. They've been challenged in a number of ways this year, the offense being one of them. 3-1. Ball 4. A 2-out walk will put Holt aboard, and it will get Bogaerts, Xander Bogaerts, to the plate. And he finished off the game last night for Boston against Atlanta. He drove in a winning run in the bottom of the 9th inning at Fenway last night in a 4-3 final. Peralta Molina meeting briefly on the mound.
1 stolen base this year against Peralta, 1 out of 1. Hold over there. Bogaerts hits his last 2 times up, swinging the bat well the last few weeks.
Yeah, he's been very hot. And he's been directly involved in both runs for the Red Sox. Singled and scored in the 5th. He doubled in the tying run in the 7th inning. Pitch is a strike.
You kill two birds with one stone there. You slide step to the plate to cut down on any potential running. And then that pitch to Bogaerts. What are you going to do with that? Great start here by Peralta in this at-bat. Well, this is where that wall comes into play too, because with 2 outs, any contact, Holt will be off and running. That's why you think about balls off the wall. This is why you work on taking balls off that wall.
Big cut and a miss. 0-2.
Good combo here. The curveball to the edge, the fastball powered right by him at 90.
Red Sox about hit the Rays 6-4. They've stranded 8. The Rays have left 4 men on. We're in the bottom of the 9th. Peralta has gotten the jump on Bogaerts. Ooh, pretty close. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bogaerts' leg off the splitter. The 1-2. Shot toward right center field. Played on 1 hop by Myers. Holt goes to 3rd. It's 1st and 3rd now. Bogaerts collects his 3rd straight hit, taking it into right center. And Myers cut it off.
Yeah, a lot of room to cover out there. We made mention of that more than once, and if that ball is able to squeeze past Myers, this game is over. He took a good angle on it, cut it off, kept Holt at 3rd, and kept the Rays' chances intact. Well, that's a nice job of hitting there by Bogaerts. A pitch away, it had elevation, he went right with it. Well, you're running on contact.
So Holt's at 3rd.
Yeah, here's the other thing that comes into play now. And I know they're talking right now, going over Dustin Pedroia, a dangerous hitter in his own right. Peralta likes the split. The split has finishing action. Important that Jose Molina smother anything potentially in the dirt. Game-winning runs on 3rd base.
Well, it's Peralta against Pedroia. Pedroia's 4-14 in his career against Peralta. And the pitch is a strike. Around the knees. Peralta got the first 2 men on strikeouts, but a walk to Holt. And the base hit by Bogaerts has set up this game situation. ORTIZ on deck. A focus on Peralta and Pedroia now. And a foul ball back on a big cut. Pedroia might have had a good pitch right there.
Yeah, and his swing got way too big. Pedroia swings hard, but this is a hanging breaking ball, and his eyes get big, the swing got bigger, and he missed it. Oh, 2 the count.
Into the dirt, and it is stopped. Boy, that's what you feared.
That is exactly what you're talking about. He loves that pitch, and to put a guy away. And Molina, well, he does get out and smother that. Gets his right arm involved and pinch that ball between his chest and his arm right there. Boy, oh boy, that was that close to squeezing by.
Bogaerts was on the move to second base. And that pitch blocked by Molina, so it's second and third. That takes a potential force play to end the inning off the table. Holt down at third. The 1-2. The liner foul. Broke his bat on that one. Back for another one. Pedroia singled in the fifth inning. That came ahead of Ortiz, who singled home the first run, scoring Bogaerts. Pedroia tonight, 1 for 3. That single. He also drew a walk. Game on the line in the bottom of the ninth inning. The 1-2. Ground ball third. Longoria's got it. Throw to first. That'll retire the Red Sox in the bottom of the ninth. They leave men at second and third. Do not score. Extra innings coming our way. On to the 10th. Tied 2-2. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. First game of the series here in Boston. The Rays and the Red Sox tied 2-2 through 9 and on to the 10th. The Rays will have Will Myers to lead off. Edward Mujica will be the new pitcher for the Boston Red Sox.
Well, he's on for the 20th time. Some of those numbers unsightly. The ERA 6.63. Opponent's average at 3.12, and the Rays certainly hope that those hold up tonight.
Will Myers, who's walked twice, he's 0 for 1. Will lead off against Mujica. And it appears that Pedroia is out of this game. Jonathan Herrera has taken over at second base. pitch to Myers is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Will homered in the last game of the Blue Jays series in Toronto on Wednesday, and is ahead in the count. 3-0 here tonight in the 10th inning.
Nibbling, trying to go for that little pocket out there, down and away against Will Myers. Pitching him very carefully, has fallen behind. Rays with a great opportunity to get a base runner here.
Higa throws him a strike, now 3-1. A long one, but it's going to be foul. Boy, did he make contact with that one. Hit it out of here, but well fouled.
That's why with Will, if you're going to go to that area down and away and you're going to make no bones about it with the same pitch, 5 straight. Will upset with himself. He was just a little bit too quick. You had better get it down there, because if it's left up, Will Myers can hurt you. We saw that in Toronto, that line drive home run that he hit up there. Got out so quickly.
Count is full. And ball 4 is too high. So the 3rd walk drawn by Myers tonight. 5th walk given up by Boston pitching. And Yunel Escobar will be the hitter. It was Escobar's home run back here in May, the opening day of May, that gave the Rays a victory when he connected in the 9th inning of Uehara. The Rays won that game 6-5, the second game of the doubleheader. Now move to first. Myers back in.
A couple of stolen bases. They'll get a pitcher's attention, especially after a leadoff walk. And so many times, you know, these hotly contested games late, leadoff walks do not turn out very well.
So another toss over there by Mujica. Ground ball, backhanded by Bogaerts, out at second, safe at first. Nice play by Bogaerts. They get Myers, the lead runner, at second base.
And everything on that play, especially the turnout there at second base, took too long. And you see Yunel Escobar coming up limping.
Yep, he ran about halfway up the right field line and just stayed out there. There's Escobar going down the line.
Trying to beat that out.
So the Rays take a look at Escobar, who is walking rather gingerly right now.
Well, there was nothing ominous as he ran down the line, hit the bag, continued down the right field line.
So he's on his way out of this game, it would appear. So the Rays are going to need a runner here. With Escobar assisted off the field. So the Rays will have a runner at first with one out here in the 10th inning. Ali Solis, warming up pitchers down in the bullpen, makes his way to the dugout. So Molina is due up, and it would appear that Solis will be the pinch runner, and Sean Rodriguez will pinch hit for Molina. So Ali Solis will run, and Rodriguez will bat for the Rays starting catcher in this game, Jose Molina.
Well, the one thing that we know is that Solis is loose, running in from the bullpen with all that equipment on. He's got to feel light and fast right now.
I want to start him on the first pitch then.
I mean, really. You know, it's like you put the bat weight on and get loose, do that. Well, he ran in with all the equipment on. Now without it, he probably feels pretty spry out there.
Yeah, and he's probably not going to be any faster than he would on the first pitch. So.
Get him going.
Yep. All right, here we go. Pinch runner for Escobar, who was escorted off the field. Sean Rodriguez now bats against Mujica. Foul ball off the end of the bat. Strike one.
George Hendrick with zero interest in that ball off the bat.
They don't pay him to chase down ground balls.
No, that was no more evident on that play right there. He's locked in on Solis.
Two. Rodriguez lifts it toward the line and right for Sizemore. On the move, he makes the catch in fair territory. It's the second out. And here's David DeJesus. So with DeJesus due up, we're going to get a pitching change here from the Red Sox. They'll want the left-hander, so that's it for Mujica. Back with a new Boston pitcher in a moment. With David DeJesus due up, the Rays are going to go to the bench. Last time we saw Miller was the end of that game at Tropicana Field on the comebacker that wound up in center field on the little mix-up there of coverage at second base, and the Rays won that game in 15 innings, 6-5. So Miller on here tonight in the 10th inning. DeJesus is lifted. Logan Forsythe will bat against Miller, now 1-4.
I believe all 4 of those losses came within an 11-day span. That is a tough week and a half.
His fastball is upstairs, too high. 1 ball, no strikes.
When Andrew Miller is on, he's tough because he's tall, he's lanky, long legs, long arms, good stuff.
Ball lifted into right. Sizemore is under it. Rays get a base runner, but leave a man in the 10th. We go to the bottom of the inning. Still tied. With 2 outs in the 9th inning, the Red Sox put up a threat on a walk to Brock Holt. A base hit by Xander Bogaerts into right center sent Holt to third. Dustin Pedroia at the plate. A nice block there by Molina. And Pedroia finished it off by grounding out to third to Longoria. Red Sox leaving 2 of the 10 men they've left tonight. Juan Carlos Oviedo will be the new pitcher for the Rays, following Price, McGee, and Peralta. Other changes behind him defensively. Rays with a new catcher. Luis Solis takes over behind the plate. And around second base, Sean Rodriguez is now playing second, and Ben Zobrist scoots over from second base to play short.
Tell you what, this is where the versatility comes in handy, huh?
Yes, sir.
You've got to make moves like this, wholesale moves.
David Ortiz will lead it off against Oviedo. He's 1 for 6 lifetime against him. So the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for Boston. Ortiz into right field, and the shift will get him again. Sean Rodriguez from shallow right throws him out. The 1 pitch, 1 out in the 10th. Now it's Johnny Gomes. $35,820 showed up at Fenway Park tonight on an evening with intermittent rain, and for a time a hard rain. Temperature at game time here was 63. It's dropped into the mid-50s right now. Gomes 0 for 4. The pitch is a strike. Good fastball around the knees.
Yeah, crisp fastball by Oviedo. That pitch has been climbing in velocity. That one at 92. His changeup is very, very good. That's primarily his two weapons.
One and one. Well, it seems the way to get Gomes is to face him with the bases empty. He came into this game hitting 200 with nobody on base and 333 with men in scoring position. And he's hit by the pitch. Oviedo hits Gomes and he heads to first. And it seems to affect the fans more than Gomes. Third Red Sox hitter to be hit by a pitch.
Yeah, because we know one thing about Johnny Gomes is if he had taken offense to this, there wouldn't be any talking. There'd be action right now. Right there, that was a changeup gone awry. Up and in. It's Johnny right on that elbow pad.
A.J. Przinsky, 1 on, 1 out. He reaches and fouls it out of play. Here are the Rays and the Red Sox in extra innings in the bottom of the 10th. A 2-2 tie. Houston won again. They beat the Orioles 2-1. Gomes back in at first.
And when you see Johnny Gomes going back in with a dive like that, you wonder about the size of that lead and the desire to maybe try to swipe this bag. Not a big running threat, but he's getting out there.
0-2. Przinsky chasing that one as the bottom fell out. Ortiz was retired. Gomes hit by a pitch. One and two. Oviedo, the fourth Rays pitcher, saw Carp on deck. Another left-handed bat. Blue Jays lost, the Yankees lost, the Orioles lost. Here the Rays and the Red Sox are tied in the bottom of the 10th. 2-2. Fly ball headed toward right center field. That's got some carry. Jennings on the run. Jennings and Myers collide. Ball rolls to the wall. Gomes on his way to the plate. And the Red Sox win it. Brzezinski hit the long drive to center. And Jennings chasing it. Myers and Jennings crisscrossed and collided. And the Red Sox win it in the bottom of the 10th, 3-2. By the time Myers could chase it, Gomes had scored the winning run.
It looked like Myers had a beat on it right here, and down goes Jennings right into the legs of Will Myers. He goes head over heels. You just hope that everybody's all right.
The collision out there in center field, and Gomes was off to the races to end this one.
And you remember the communication issues that those two had in the playoff game last year on a ball that got over Myers' head. Again, some communication issues, and that led to a Red Sox win tonight.
It's a 3-2 final in 10. We'll be back to wrap it in a moment.